Imagine everything you can do at Indiana University. The place to do it all with no limitations. Experience your breakthrough moments. Engage in life-saving research even as an undergrad. Intern with top businesses to land your dream job. Find your people and pursue your passion. Explore the world, change the world. Discover your full potential at Indiana University. Find your tomorrow today at bloomington.iu.edu/opportunity.
Hello, hello. Welcome in. I guess this is the second official severe weather stream. Give some time for people to get in here, and we'll hop right into what's going on out there. Some people get in here, we'll start to look at. There's nothing really going on in the area right now, but we're going live because a watch was issued. There are some pretty strong storms up north, specifically. There's only one tornado warning left in the state, and it is just north of Rolling Fork and Yazoo City. It did produce a tornado back north of Eudora, Arkansas, and it crossed across the Mississippi Arkansas border, and the rotation is not very tight right now, so I wouldn't be confident saying there is a tornado in mm, Lois. Lois. That's my best guess. It's probably something else because it's Mississippi. Why would it be normal? I wouldn't be confident saying there is a tornado on the ground. Apparently, the National Weather Service isn't either, because the warning is just radar indicated. But Lois or Louise, between Anguilla and Louise, watch out. And even further downstream near Yazoo City, that's going to be the most populated area in the storm's path. There are some severe thunderstorms up in the northern half of the state. We'll switch our radar up here to AGWX up at Columbus Air Force Base. Switch back over to the reflectivity, and You see there's still some mostly discrete storms. These are kind of converging together, but we still see that storm shape. You can see the tail on that east of Water Valley. It's up here in Calhoun, Lafayette, Pontotoc, and Yalobusha counties. And this storm in particular has a tornado possible tag on it. That's what I expect some of the storms that we will see down here further south, seeing as these will congeal into a line, possibly around 8 p.m. But even though they do form a line, they are still capable individually to have embedded tornadoes. Hey, we got one viewer in here. How we doing? One person. Just hanging out, talking about the weather. Not much to talk about right now, but there will be. The National Weather Service or the Storm Prediction Center, they issued a tornado watch for our area. We might be overlapping some watches here, but these reds are part of a tornado watch that goes all the way to midnight. And it's a pretty baseline tornado watch. Before we go over there and let me check out the official watch wording, that's important to pay attention to because there's different kinds of watches that you have to pay attention to. They range in severity. And the only way to really tell that is by the official wording of the warning. But before we do that, let's go back to the storm up here. North of Rolling Fork, south of Belzoni. Again, the National Weather Service, like I was saying, it didn't appear that a tornado was very organized here, but it's still a very strong storm, even though it's not organized. They have extended a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. This is going into Holmes, Humphreys, Sharkey, and Yazoo counties. This does include Yazoo City, leading out there to Pickens and Goodman on the border of Italic County. It's a strong storm, but they did allow that tornado warning to expire for Silver City, Luis, Angula, up there to Hollandale, almost. They did allow that to expire, but it was extended as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm. Now, what does it mean when I say this is a considerable severe thunderstorm? You see here, a thunderstorm damage threat, considerable. I may or may not have talked about the severity of tornado warnings. So, this is not a tornado warning. Make myself clear. There is, since that one expired, there shouldn't be, there is. That storm we were just on up to the north, it did get tornado warned. Before we go check that out, let's talk about the different warnings. So this would be for tornadoes, tornado terminology, but as we get through going over, we can simply apply this to severe thunderstorm warnings as well. So we are under a severe thunderstorm watch. Means weather conditions could lead to the formation of severe thunderstorms. You need to be prepared. What does that mean? You need to know your safe place. If a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your county, for your town, if you're in the way, a big storm that's producing big hail, lots of winds, possibly a tornado, you need to know where to go. You need to get inside and not be outside in a severe thunderstorm. This is the worst place to be. You need to get inside, get away from windows, because those will be the first things to break. Big hailstones being thrown against your house with the winds whipping around, they will be the thing to break first. Get away from windows, get inside. That's what you do in a severe thunderstorm. Now, we should know what you do with a tornado. Well, some of the things, get away from windows, but you want to get to that interior room of your home. Where is that? Well, your goal is the room you're going to. If you could clench your hands through all four walls, your goal would be that your hand would go into another room in all four of them. Now, not many houses are going to be designed that perfectly, so at least aim for 3 out of the 4. What kind of room would that be? Bathroom, a closet, an interior hall. Hopefully, we won't have to worry about large tornadoes, but we are pretty close to a pretty considerable tornado outlook. We'll go back to this warning terminology in a little bit. Let's go back to radar, because this warning up to the north, it was upgraded to a tornado warning. Is radar indicated, which means the forecast office, I believe, of this being north, it would be in Memphis. They looked at radar and they've decided that this storm is either capable or actively producing a tornado. This is not confirmed. This does not mean we know anything is happening on the ground right now. But all we're seeing is that the radar is telling us a story. And we're going to put the story out there, but we aren't fully 100% believing in it yet. Yet. That's the key word. It could. Now, what are we looking for? Just a quick lesson on reading radar. So here's our radar over here. KGWX. This is on Columbus Air Force Base up in Columbus. It's called velocity. And these greens that you're seeing is winds blowing into the radar. So our radar, if you see my mouse, it's over here, bottom right of the screen. So if we think, okay, it's going into the radar, these winds are blowing. I mean, they're whipping. These bright, cool colors, that's strong winds. The brighter and more abstract the color is, the stronger it is. Now, what prompted the tornado warning as opposed to the severe thunderstorm warning, because as you can see, these yellow boxes behind, those were severe thunderstorm warnings. Those were already out there. There was confidence to upgrade it. See, we're even seeing it weakening. This red and gray, it's called outflow. It's blowing away from our radar down here in Columbus. So if you can imagine, if we draw this, we can see what shape that's making, which direction it's turning. That's how you find a tornado. This is not that tight. It's not the craziest thing I've ever seen. That's for sure. But I do think it's a good thing to issue that tornado warning, because it's different from the rest of all this out here. You can see it's a lot of straight line damaging winds. Let's go back. Look at this. There are very strong winds. Tocopola getting pelted right now. Thaxton up to Icru, ECRU. I know that's wrong. Then again, over to Pontotoc. This is where we would see our tornado, somewhere in here, if it were to produce. Again, to my knowledge and to the knowledge of people who issued this warning, it's not. It's not the craziest thing I've ever seen. But this is still a very, very strong storm. All the way up to Blue Springs, Sherman. And what's after this? Well, that's why I came up here. What's after this? Tupelo. Radar sensitive. Tupelo, you're in the path of this. Again, not a tornado. It's still good to know. Very populated area. Probably see a strong storm and give it 45 minutes. Sure. 7 o'clock, Tupelo. Get ready for a lot of wind, a lot of rain. May even be some small hail in the storm. Take a look at our correlation coefficient. I believe that's just interference of the radar. But there may be some hail falling near and southeast of Pontotoc. It's going to be far away from the rotation that we have. Back here near Toccopola. It's a hard one, ain't it? Toccopola. The velocity appears to be weakening to me, which is a great sign. It's a good sign. But the reflectivity is... They're telling two different stories from right here, because this little hook that we see here, that's indicative of a pretty strong supercell. But if we look at the velocity, it's a big mess. And even big messes, they can be damaging. So, watch out up here. What counties is this? I don't think I mentioned that. Calhoun, Lafayette, and Pontotoc. This is Matt Lobhan territory, so y'all don't need me. He's on it today. And again, Tupelo, you're in that path. Looks like that tornado warning was canceled. There are some severe thunderstorms back here on the Mississippi and Louisiana border, northern Louisiana, near Winfield and Jenna. There's going to be Caldwell, Grant, LaSalle, and Wynn parishes in Louisiana. They do have a tornado possible tag. These will be the storms that will affect our area later in the night. It is 6:39. We'll say 6:40. Coming out of Louisiana. They aren't very organized. They aren't individual. But as you can see, that apologies. Radar's not being my friend right now. But as you can see, they still got some shape. You see, just forgot what state I'm in. Natchez, Louisiana? Or am I just so zoomed in? I lost my spot. And our radar just completely froze up on me. Thank you, radar scope. You are my best friend. Alright, while radar is fixing itself. Oh, that's why. Being stupid. We'll take a look at this. The terminology. So we were talking about severe thunderstorm warnings, right? When you think of severe thunderstorm, you just think of one. A severe thunderstorm warning. That's your baseline. What is that? I mean, many people aren't even going to know what that is. A severe thunderstorm is a storm that is capable of producing severe modes of wind and hail and possibly a tornado. It's not a very descriptive explanation. That's why I'll give you the more descriptive one. It's a storm capable producing 60 plus mile per hour wind gust and hail greater than 1 inch in diameter. Now, with these storms, down here in northeastern Louisiana, we see right here. That goes away. If you can see my cursor, a tornado possible tag. They stick that on the warning. Why? I mean, as you can see here, hail, 1 inch, wind 60 miles per hour, and then a tornado possible. That means that according to current radar data, they don't believe a tornado warning is needed. Okay? Typically, severe thunderstorms with tornado possible tags are either storms that are precursors to tornadic potential storms, or they are what's left, right? So let's see if I can give you an example of that. I'll take a look at our friends up here in north central Alabama. I do know some people up here in north central Alabama. Some friends, family up there in Muscle Shoals. Y'all had I believe a tornado could have been on the ground. There was a lot of talk about it, but we're looking at downtown Huntsville, Madison County, Alabama. I'll tell you a look at what we got up here just to see. Yeah. So here we have a tornado warning. Oh, hold on just a second. I know we're covering Mississippi, but we have two people in here, which is a personal best. Thank you all for being here, but this is very, very concerning. Tornado emergency expires in 1 minute. Okay, I should have been up here covering this. Let's hope that there isn't many damage reports coming from Huntsville. That's about to hit Huntsville. Mm. No, I'm covering weather live right now, but that is concerning. That's very concerning. Pardon me if the information isn't as frequent. I'm gonna try to get on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, and try to find some damage reports from here because that's very concerning. It's a tornado emergency for downtown Huntsville in Madison County, very populated area. Like I was saying, tornado warning. Uh, for this storm to prompt a tornado emergency, it has to have an insane looking radar signature. Some of the craziest stuff. That's why they issue tornado emergencies. And as you can see, this storm has kind of fell apart. It's become messier. I wouldn't say it's completely fell apart. It's obviously a massive, massive storm. But as you see, here's a tornado warning. Probably at peak intensity back here south of Athens towards Madison. Let's see, there were reports of massive hail. I don't know where the tornado report was. It might not be in radar scope. But as the storm is dying out, though, they issue a severe thunderstorm warning, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with that tornado possible tag. So even though all you hear is severe thunderstorm warning, a lot of people don't take that serious because it's not a tornado. But you need to check and see if there's that tornado possible tag on there. Because that means that storm is either sometime in the future capable of producing a tornado, or it has already gone through that cycle and is still decently strong. Okay. Half that. My goodness. PDS tornado warning for downtown Huntsville. The emergency has been downgraded. And Madison, the city of Madison, Alabama, you are not in this. It is past you. I know. I apologize. So I'm just talking about Mississippi, but this is bad. Yeah. Let's see if I can find any reports or damage. But once again, how many people are in the stream? We have 2 viewers. If you know anyone in North Central Alabama, give them a call. Call them now. They need to know. Massive. Yeah, there was a good debris signature. Chasers did confirm a tornado. That thing is big. Yeah, downtown Huntsville. You need to get underground. This is a serious situation. Now, there's only one person in there, but on the off chance that one person, if you know anyone in North Alabama, anyone near Huntsville, anyone near Madison County, you need to get on the phone with them now. A dangerous and life-threatening situation is unfolding right now. We're in just a couple seconds in downtown Huntsville. It's a very popular area. Hmm. Looking to see if there's any PTZ cameras in Huntsville. I would imagine there would be, but I'm not seeing any. I'm not that confident in the current radar image. So I would love some photos, confirmation, video, anything from a chaser out there. This is a popular area. Once again, I hate that I have to leave the storm, but I got to get back over to a warning for Yazoo City. But a PDS tornado warning is in effect for Huntsville. It is possibly on top of the Huntsville Metro. North Huntsville is on top of you right now. There is a tornado on the ground, and there is a higher likelihood and confidence that it is producing considerable damage. Leave that storm for just a second. I was talking about the severity of warnings. But obviously, that storm had a tornado emergency. That's the highest level of weather warning that you will find, especially down here, a tornado emergency. It's a big deal. It's a dangerous and life-threatening situation. The word in tornado emergency you need to pay attention to is the word catastrophic. Catastrophic. It's a very, very bad situation going on in North Alabama right now. Let's go back down here to our storm. So, oh, goodness. The severe thunderstorm warning that I told you was in effect for Yazoo City has been upgraded. No longer is it a considerable severe thunderstorm, it's a destructive. This is a potentially dangerous situation. I know I say severe thunderstorm warning, you aren't going to take it serious because you lived through 1,000 tornado warnings, much less a few thunderstorms, right? No. Yazoo City, Eden, out to Pickens, and Goodman, all the way back to Louise. This is a powerful storm. I believe it has produced a tornado as it crossed the Arkansas border. I mean, there is hail falling at 1 inch in diameter, but this thing has become a wind bag. You can see this bowing. It's because the winds coming behind this thing right over Silver City are so strong. They're bending the convection, they're bending the rain. That's why we're seeing that bow and the reflectivity. but this is strong wording, a PDS, potentially life-threatening storm. And remember, that tornado possible tag is on there. The rotation isn't very clear to show a tornado is happening or could happen. We just know this storm has done it before. And with the strength it's at now, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it wraps up as it moves further south and east. And Eula, you were just taking out that severe thunderstorm warning. As we move this forward, yeah, you can see it go from that one individual cell back there near Hollandale and north of Rolling Fork and Angula. Now it has been broken apart and turned into a big bowing line because those outflow winds are so strong. 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. It has been downgraded, thankfully. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. I'll tell you, 10-mile-per-hour wind gust isn't going to make a difference if you get hit by it. But no longer is this a PDS warning. But still, you need to take this seriously. Yazoo City is going to be the most populated area out here. You need to get ready. It's not there yet. It's about to. This warning lasts for another 51 minutes. So you're all going to be under it for a while. But specifically Eden. If I was in Eden, I'd be honest with you. Even though it's a severe thunderstorm warning, I would get to my tornado shelter. That's how strong this storm could be. Let's go back up north. That tornado warning that I was talking about that could approach on Tupelo has been canceled. No more is there a tornado warning. There is just a radar indicated severe thunderstorm warning. So this is your baseline severe thunderstorm warning. But this whole thing, it's massive. Guntown, Blue Springs. It goes all the way down almost to Coffeyville. This is a lot of rain, a lot of wind. All the way up to Tupelo. Definitely don't want to be on the roads up here. What highway is this? 25? We're on 25. You need to get to where you're going quickly. 15 minutes, I'd pull over. I'll be honest with you. If you're on Highway 25, you probably need to pull over a couple minutes. It's supposed to be right on top of you. Nothing in the east central area yet. But this storm will eventually make its way into the Jackson vicinity, right? This warning is against the borders of Atala and I don't know my counties. Atala. I hope my radar would load. This is gonna be up near Ridgeland, Madison, Flora. I'm ashamed. I don't know that county. Hines and Rankin are right below it, but it is going to move to the area. Let's hope it doesn't get its act together before it does, or if it gets any bigger, any stronger, that's going to be a big storm over there in Leake County. Phil Scott. Most likely. That's down the road. Currently, no tornado warnings in the state of Mississippi. These storms out here in northern Louisiana I was talking about, the ones that will make their way into the area eventually, probably around midnight tonight. It's going to be a while. They do have an official hail report. 1 inch in diameter. A confirmed report. So I've got them coming from the northwest, from the southwest. The northwestern storm, right there, north of Jackson, Gaza City, it'll get here first. Get tongue tied here. Let's go back up. I know it's not our area, but it's kind of jarring. I wasn't expecting that. I was just going to use Huntsville as a example to show you the difference in a tornado warning and a tornado possible severe thunderstorm. But man, when I saw a tornado emergency, those are rare. Thank goodness it has been downgraded. Looking at a radar indicated tornado, but even though I say that, Huntsville getting absolutely pounded right now. There's two things this could possibly be. Most likely, it's very large hail of 2 inches or greater. So there might be golf balls falling out of the sky in Huntsville. It's also, unfortunately, a possibility since we know that a large tornado did touch down somewhere back here. It's probably closer to Madison. This might be debris, sticks, leaves, uh, like shingles off the roof, pine needles from back here that was lofted up into the storm, and as it moved to the north, it's falling out of the sky. I don't know. Believe I did see on Twitter someone posted a screenshot of a debris ball while the tornado was on the ground. So there could possibly be pieces of people's houses and leaves and limbs up in the air over the storm over Huntsville. So there's probably golf balls, hail falling from the ground. I mean, falling to the ground. And also some debris. What we can do is hope that the tornado wasn't on the ground when it went through Huntsville. It's a very, very populated area. Multiple chasers got an intercept on it, I believe. We had good eyes on it. And yeah, I do believe that was a pretty large tornado on the ground, unfortunately. Was the severe thunderstorm re-upgraded? Can't exactly tell. Now my radar's getting stuck. Alright. Go back down here and stay. Severe thunderstorm south of Grenada. This is a radar indicated it's your baseline, but still a strong storm. Need to get inside, get away from windows. Was it upgraded again? No, I think this is what it was at. We'll go back to it. Listen up. Holmes, Humphrey, Sharkey, in Yazoo counties. You are not under a tornado warning, okay? You were, but you're no longer under a tornado warning. What you are under is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. What does that mean? The damage that it can cause is pretty considerable, okay? 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and 1 inch in diameter hail, okay? It's located near Eden, which is less than 15 miles north of Yazoo City. It's moving southeast at 45 miles per hour. But then again, it has a tornado possible tag. Sorry, I hit the mic there. Getting too animated. Tell myself and tell you about weather. I ain't ever preaching. And throw my hands everywhere. Getting alive with it. I bet the one person watching right now is just enjoying the mess out of this. I'm playing. What was I gonna say? Lost my train of thought. I'm such a goofball. Yeah. All these counties are under a tornado watch until midnight. Okay? Same one we're under over here in the mainland. Lee, Neshoba, Kemper, Scott, Newton, Lauderdale, Hines, Rankin, uh, Noxby, Winston, Atala. Same one we're under. Okay? So this storm, I believe, has in the past reduced a tornado over here in Arkansas, north of Eudora, south of Lake Village. The storm chaser did report a tornado. Another one, as you get further west, the public reported a tornado around 5 o'clock. That's 2 hours ago. And as the storm has moved, it has lost its supercellular semi-discrete mode. That does not mean it's a weak storm. Strong, strong storm. So it very well could produce a tornado again. Even though you're not under a tornado warning, very well could produce again. Let's fly back up here. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for south of Grenada. It's going to be for Carroll, Grenada, and Montgomery counties. Duck Hill. It's going to be there. You got about half an hour left on that. This warning we're talking about now, 40 minutes left on that. Okay. Even further north, there is not a severe thunderstorm warning in place for the storm moving into Tupelo. It is completely fell apart, thankfully. I mean, it was possibly. Well, no, I won't say that. I don't think it was producing a tornado, but it did prompt a tornado warning back here, northeast of Water Valley, southeast of Taylor, south of Oxford. And then as it's moved, it's completely fell apart. Although there could be some hail falling near Algoma, south of Pontotoc. Very possible. No warning on that, though. I believe they just extended this warning. Or no, they didn't. It's a very oblong warning. I'm thinking another tornado warning was issued up here south of Huntsville. This would be for that storm that was in Decatur, Alabama. Let me clarify that. There was not a tornado warning in Decatur, Mississippi. There was one in Decatur, Alabama. It's see what's that by? I mean, it's by Huntsville, southwest of Huntsville, Hillsboro. Two tornado warnings up in Tennessee as well. I believe I saw some reports of a tornado on the ground up there. So, still very capable. The day is far from over. Far from over. Our tornado watch goes to midnight. I'll at least stay with you till then. We got another 5 hours. The one person watching right now, the one person who liked the video, I'm sticking with you to midnight. At least. Alright, so I think we covered a lot. In broken segments, I've gone over the warning terminology. Not much to look at. Let's do some forecasting. Let's see what we can see for the rest of the night. All right, so now is 7 o'clock. So we're looking at 0Z. So this is what simulated radar. This is the HRRR model, which is a deterministic model. I might be talking too far away from the mic. Sorry. It's a process to move this mic up and down. But this is what one of our better deterministic models, the HRRR, high resolution something something, 2 more R's. I just know how it works. I don't know what it's called. This is what it thought we would be seeing. Let's compare for a second. So, pretty big storms up here. I don't know if you can see these black lines. That's indicative of some pretty strong storms, okay? Tornado producing storm. So we are seeing lots of those north Alabama, central to east central Tennessee. This is going to be east of the Nashville metro. Oh, this looks right. It's down here in Mississippi, not as perfect. Now we are seeing this clump of storms down here. These will be moving this way, southeast. So as I pull this forward, watch it carefully. See that line move off to the southeast. The storms in Louisiana, they kind of split. There's a lot of them. Now this is interesting. It's an incomplete model run, but I thought it'd just be the end. All right, let's go back. It's right now. This is more accurate to what we actually are seeing. See, a little bit weaker up here, near Columbus, Tupelo, I already said Columbus, Starkville, northeast Mississippi, a little bit weaker. We're still seeing those strong storms over here in Yazoo City, over in I will learn my counties eventually. Holmes, Humphreys, and Yazoo. That's it. Over in Holmes, Humphreys, and Yazoo counties. And then we're seeing these strong storms pop up in northern Louisiana. Those are Cooper. Couple of cells down here in extreme southeastern Texas. I'd say this is pretty accurate. We'll pull it forward. I did not see that before. So you see them kind of clumped together here. This is at the 2Z. This is going to be around 9 p.m., 2 hours from now. And they kind of turn to a big clump. It's not one line like you would expect. There's our draw tool in here. Feature settings. I'll be honest with you, I've never looked at these. I don't know if you can. Never mind. So we're seeing this line be broken a bit as we pull this forward. Those look to be pretty strong. This is right on top of our area. This is going to be at 10 p.m. Pretty strong. Pull it forward a little bit more. They will linger. You see those showers on the back end, they'll linger. And this is at 1 a.m. They're out of our hair. So gotta get ready. Now, if you read my forecast, again, I apologize. I'm backing away from the mic. I don't know why I am. The one concurrent viewer, if you did read my forecast, I expected a bit more of a tornadic potential because earlier today, these cells down here in northeast Louisiana, if you watch it, I pulled that forward 2 hours. Same spot. They just have not moved. They have stalled out. Earlier, these storms started getting going and then trained through our area. And I thought they could produce an isolated tornado threat. But the northern end has been far more impressive and unfortunately far more damaging. I do believe a large tornado went through Huntsville or areas southwest of Huntsville. Hopefully it didn't go through the metro, but northern Huntsville, possible tornado, and then up there in east central Tennessee. That's what the Storm Prediction Center thought. If it'll load, I'll cut that word in half in a very bad place. Apparently, the Storm Prediction Center is in a pretty bad place now, too. Finally, it loaded. We were right on the border between that slight and enhanced risk, as you can see. This is it's kind of hard to see, but bear with me. My one concurrent viewer, just bear with me. 3 likes, though. Let's go. PR. It's really hard to see, but this is every county in the U.S., okay? If you just squint really hard, you can see. Here's our little 9-county box. You can see it pretty clear compared to most of these because we have a very pretty county map. It's very easy to spot. It's very uniform. Here's our little 9-county area. You can see Winston, Knoxville, and Attala, the 3 counties north of us. They were in it. And then, actually, it might be easier to see on here. It'll mess up some of the stream overlay for just a second. Actually. Aha. I don't think it'll break the stream overlay. My one concurrent viewer, can you tell me if this breaks the stream overlay when I do this? Yeah, this is well. Ah, okay, so that's not actually gonna work. I'm gonna mess something up real quick. If you're looking in the top left where those active warnings are, that's not updated anyway. Forgot to come over here and refresh the page. Oops. That'll come up eventually. I was gonna give you a more zoomed in look, but we'll go back to this. We were right on the edge of that 3 out of 5 enhanced risk. Look down here. Here's your legend. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The enhanced is right in the middle. And a lot of people consider enhanced to be like the threshold for significant severe weather. So if it's enhanced, you better start paying attention. Especially if that enhanced is driven by a tornado threat. And as you can see, we weren't in that 10% hatch. Not quite. But I will tell you something. We were in that 5. While you may not think that 10 is impressive, you really won't think 5 is impressive. Let me tell you this. Illinois had just a 5% chance today. You can see most of the state was. There were a solid amount of chasers in Illinois today to see a tornado. And we had the same outlook. So there is still confidence at 5%. I'll tell you this. I saw this. I can't remember where I saw it. It was from a meteorologist. I believe it was Stephen Bowers. You know, he used to work at WTOK. And he said on any given day in Mississippi, we have a 0.4% chance to see a tornado. If you take that into consideration, and we had a 10% today, you know, you take it more seriously. But by one viewer, send your eyes to the top left. It says statewide Mississippi alerts, but this is just on the National Weather Service Jackson page, and you can see some portions of Kemper, Neshoba, Leak, they were under that enhanced risk. So we were very close. We were in that 5. There were chasers up there in Illinois, and they had the same 5%, okay? Thankfully, well, the night's not over. It's far from over. The tornado watch lasts until 12 o'clock, midnight. But we haven't seen that much tornadic activity. And I personally don't believe that we will see much strong tornadic activity. If we do, I will let you know. But our threat is primarily driven by wind. But going back to the 5%, a few weeks ago there was a 5% slight risk in southwestern Alabama. And a pretty large tornado went through Dothan, Alabama, down there in the southwest corner. Let's see, went through Dothan. We're under a 5% threat, and yet they saw a large tornado. So you need to take any outlook seriously, even if you think the number's not that high. That's why I'm streaming for the one viewer, which I'm very thankful that you're here. Let me get this set back right. Ah, there we go. I want to show you something, but it's going to take a little bit. My one viewer. By the way, I'm thankful for that one viewer. It's just, it's one viewer. It can be discouraging sometimes. That's why I took a little break this weekend. If you follow me, you should. If you follow me at all these places right here, besides the last two. The official East Central Mississippi Weather Watcher Facebook page, blog, and Instagram. I took a little break this weekend just to, try not to get burnt out. But now, severe weather, that's my thing. So we're gonna get a jump start this week, right? Better days ahead. Leave the radar up while that's not what I meant to do. So sorry. I don't know why it's doing that. Hmm. Let's do something scary. Oh, there goes the radar. Sorry. I'll be back in just a second. Trying to add something to the stream that I probably should before, but oh, make sure that's on something. Here we go. Go back over here. There we go. I'll leave that on there so I can give credit where credit is due. Doesn't mean so. Scale it down a little bit. Oh, I didn't think about that. Doesn't really matter because if I put it up in the top left, then I have to remember to give credit. How about that? Like I'll remember, but I'll try. That's all you can do. All right, so it should be working now. Yep. Got the radar. Boom, go on Twitter. It's from the Storm Prediction Center. Mesoscale discussion number 914. It's concerning a severe thunderstorm watch. So, the one that they issued earlier, they're probably going to extend one to the south. Why? The risk of severe hail and locally damaging wind gusts continues. So, those storms that we're looking at down there in Louisiana, that will eventually make their way into our area. They are getting a little stronger, getting their act together. Let's go back up here. Take a look at what's actually happening right now. Over here to our storm. Another severe thunderstorm warning was issued. This is another radar indicated. I think the previous one. Because that first storm we're looking at, that's going to be this warning right here. This storm is a previous one. You know, that had that really impressive bow echo. But you see, it's kind of falling apart. But it still has a warning for Yazoo City, Pickens, Goodman, Eden. We will even get a little closer in here. Renshaw, over towards Lexington, Ebenezer, Woodlawn. So that's the previous storm. Now, the southern part, a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is a pretty large line. I actually back it up and show you the whole storm. All the way back here to Oak Ridge, Louisiana. Oak Ridge, Louisiana, all the way up to Louise up to Silver City. This includes Rolling Fork, Lake Providence, Louisiana. It includes Forest, Pioneer. I don't think radar is loading there. I don't think that town is called Epps. But portion of Louisiana. But Mayersville, Rolling Fork, Cary. I don't think the town names are loading well. And Angula. That's storm review. But for the portions between Rolling Fork, there's Cary. Rolling Fork and Cary, Mississippi. You're just severe warned. I believe this is because, yeah, there's a possibility of hail. East of Cary. Okay. About 4.5, almost 5 miles to the east of Cary, Mississippi. There's some hail falling. And Cary's a pretty small town. Rolling Fork has two, respectively. It was put on the map because they're a tornado. So most of you, the one viewer watching, most of you, all of you, know what Rolling Fork is. So it's about 6.5 miles southeast of Rolling Fork. Like I said, it's still a strong storm. It's not producing a tornado. Doesn't look like it is going to. I don't believe it will. Still storm. Need to respect it. Remember, it's still not tornado watch. It doesn't leave until midnight. So the one viewer watching right now, I want to thank two viewers. No way. I gotta stay now. I was about to say I'm about to Deb and take a little break and go grab something, but we got two viewers in here. We need to give you the rundown. I think you just got in here. Hello. By the way, feel free to chat. I'd love to chat with you. There's not much going on right now, so please, 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 please do. So for the person that just popped in here, we'll take a look at what's going on right now. All right. Thankfully, I can say there is no tornado warning in the state of Mississippi for now. With that being said, see this red? Goes all the way back up here, but the tornado watch. Ours extends from here up to Columbus, West Point, Starkville, over to Grenada, up to Cleveland, down near Greenville. Okay, this is ours. It ends at midnight. So, excuse me. There's a tornado watch in place. This means the ingredients to produce a tornado, they are there. Is a tornado happening? At this moment, no. Do I think one's going to happen in the next 5 minutes? Probably not. Does that mean there's no storms? No, does not mean that. We do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings, and it's one clump of storms. We are looking up here in Humphreys, Issaquila, Sharkey, Yazoo, and also further to the east, looking at Holmes, Humphreys, and Yazoo counties as well. There is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to end in 45 minutes and 15 minutes. It's been there for a while, and that storm will move into our area eventually. We're also tracking some more storms in northern Louisiana, right on the border between Mississippi and LA. If my radar would cooperate with me, I would go look at those. Thank you. Finally. Got a suggestion in the chat to go look at tornado warnings in Tennessee. Take a look at what's happening. This is a lot of storms. Like I said earlier, the northern mode was more pronounced than the southern one. A tornado warning. It's just radar indicated for Cannon, Coffee, Grundy, Van Buren, and Warden counties. It's going to be in east central Tennessee and just to the northeast. Another radar indicated tornado warning. Ends in half an hour for Cumberland, Van Buren, and White counties. I believe earlier we saw a tornado touch down somewhere. I believe in east central Tennessee. Yeah, Wartrace, Tennessee. I have no clue where that's at. It's in Bedford County, Tennessee. That's going to be northeast of Shelbyville. So there was a tornado earlier, but the cell has since weakened. It has weakened as it's moved further east. Morrison, McMinnville, Viola. And obviously, you're under tornado warning, so that's the utmost importance. But also, this is producing a lot of rain. You got a flash flood warning here north. This close McMinnville. It's going to be there for another 2 hours. This is an area that's pretty prone to flash flooding too, so get to shelter. The best spot is underground, but the northern half of the storm, if you're underground, it's not a good place to be if rainfall, starts to accumulate very high. You don't want to be underground when it starts flooding. It'll be the first thing to be flooded. Like forecasted, this northern mode is becoming linear. It used to be the discrete supercells. They were producing very impressive mesos in Arkansas and northwestern Mississippi and back towards Memphis. As they've moved through, they've congealed into a line all the way up here to Lexington, Kentucky, about Cookeville, Tennessee. This area is not going to present much of a tornado threat, but you are under a tornado watch. And it's going to produce straight line damaging winds as it moves off to the east. But these storms down here, east of Murfreesboro, between Murfreesboro, Chattanooga, and Huntsville, Alabama, if you draw a triangle between the three, maybe up to Cookeville. This area right here is where I'd be most concerned for any enhanced tornadic potential. So that'd be south central Tennessee. I do want to check back on that storm in Huntsville. Multiple storms. Yeah, these are still discrete. Huntsville is sandwiched right in between two warnings. You've got a considerable severe thunderstorm to your west, a radar indicated tornado warning to your south. These are strong. There is some damage reports. Lots of hail reports west of Huntsville. So south of Huntsville, we have 3-inch tree limbs being broken. Same thing as you get further to Huntsville. Southeast of Huntsville, there was trees uprooted. That was reported 15 minutes ago. I believe that was a pretty strong storm. More trees uprooted as you go further east near Maysville. I believe a pretty big tornado went through the downtown Huntsville area, or at least clipped the southern side. Once again, there's another storm here in Decatur, Alabama. Same thing the last one did. It's going into Huntsville, and it's right on the border of Madison County. Take a look at Crossville, Tennessee. It is east of Sparta or Spencer. Crossville. It's at the barely clipped the city of Crossville. This tornado warning. It's just radar indicated. It'll end in 23 minutes. Might need to switch radars. Oh. Well, not much information is going to be accurate as this is in a massive radar hole. Huntsville might be the best spot. Might go over to Knoxville. It has a better look. According to the Knoxville radar, that rotation actually looks pretty tight. And all the cities have to load because I changed to Eastern Tennessee. Yeah, I I could definitely see why the warning was issued. I think there's two overlapping. I think there's a previous one, and then they issued a new one to the north. These reds are winds going away from the radar. These blues are going towards the radar over here in Knoxville. And it can produce some rotation there. I'm going to guess late transit. I don't think the town is loading on radar. Right, I don't think I can see the whole name. Just rain reports. Not reports of anything on the ground. I don't believe. This is probably interference with the radar. The exact spot that rain was reported, hail, quarter of an inch in diameter, was reported right by that lake as well. I believe this is radar interference. I don't think it'd just be radar indicated if the correlation coefficient was that off the charts. But yeah, I don't think there's a tornado on the ground. I don't think there is much concern for that. I think the velocity is strong. The winds are very strong, but they aren't very tight. Well, they are pretty tight knit together. There could be something. We'll say 4.5 miles south of Lake Tansi. That's all I got. There's no way that's what it's called. I don't believe a tornado is on the ground or even imminent. The next radar scan will probably tell more. But there's possibly some hail falling as well. There's a severe thunderstorm warning to the north of Crossville as well. It's positioned northwest to southeasternly. So that's a big warning. That is massive. Never seen a severe thunderstorm warning that large. Crossfield, Fairfield, Glade. It's going to be the southeastern portion of it, but it goes all the way up to Livingston, up to Jamestown. It's a large line of wind, primarily. This radar image might not be good, though, because Knoxville is pretty far away. I mean, the beam height is over 8 kilometers in the air, so it won't be that accurate to what's actually happening on the ground. See if I find a different radar site. Appears as if I've gained a viewer. 3 viewers on the stream now. Look at that. Might be a personal record. Hmm. Taking a look at it from the radar, and I know where I'm looking from. I think it's a one. Yeah, it's in Nashville. Whoa. I don't think Radar Scope likes the fact to have a lot of things open. It's not a fan. We'll take a look at it from the radar in Nashville. I'm more confident in tornado if I look at the one in Nashville. Do you see some outflow winds that's going to be going away from the radar? The radar's over here in Nashville. So I think this is right. The wind's going away. The wind's going towards. Or possibly could be something wrapping up, but it is well south of Crossville. It's 8 miles to the south. Still need to be in the safe spot though. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that could be trying to produce. I don't know if it's producing now. Well, hmm. Could possibly be something. I don't know if there's a tornado on the ground. I believe there's very large hail falling near Crab Orchard and possibly some west of Lake Tansy. There's a little notch in the reflectivity. That would suggest inflow winds coming into the storm. And the exact spot where it is, pretty close to a correlation coefficient drop. That's probably hail, because I believe this over here near Crab Orchard, probably. A little bit over here near Lake Tansy, probably. It's pretty defined though. But again, this is well south of Crossville. It'll probably go well south of Crab Orchard as well. The next place I'd be concerned is Rockwood. Hmm. It's still radar indicated, and that warning will expire in about 15 minutes. Fortunately, there's nothing to look at. No cameras, no chasers. So going strictly off of radar, and it's in a really bad spot for radar. But if there's somewhere that I believe a tornado could be producing, it's right over Meridian, Tennessee. Hmm. Now, the warning was canceled for areas further to the south and west. But honestly, there might be a little rotation there as well. Now, I'm looking at Nashville. This would be anticyclonic rotation. Tornadoes turn counterclockwise. I think in rare cases, pretty rare, do they turn clockwise. It's called anticyclonic rotation. They usually aren't strong, but they're an interesting phenomenon. Those are pretty rare. The tornado warning is just extended into Morgan, Ray, and Roane counties. That's out there for another hour. So Cumberland County's warning is radar indicated. A tornado is possible, and half-dollar sized hail. That's over an inch. That's an inch and a quarter. So even if there's no tornado, it's gonna look like it just snowed over Crab Orchard because of the hail. It's gonna look like snow. Hmm. I wouldn't be concerned in Crossville. It's very far away. Downtown is not even in the warning. I believe. I'd be very concerned in Rockwood. Yeah, I think velocity is a little behind. Yeah, it's 2 minutes behind. So you can imagine this rotation that we're seeing right here. It's actually further up here, and in the same spot, we're seeing open. It's falling apart a little bit now, but there is an opening in the reflectivity, which will show that there's an inflow pocket. And also, there's something in the air over here that shouldn't be there. It's different from rain. So all these reds and pinks, that's just rain. The things falling from the sky or the things in the air, they're all normal. They look like each other. So when the radar beam hits it and hits another one, it realizes it's the same thing. These bright colors, I believe most of this is radar interference. But when you see individual areas with bright colors, specifically south of Crab Orchard, that's probably hail. But there might be some debris in there. Hmm. It looks like it's becoming outflow dominant. There's two outflow boundaries, or outflow areas, which is interesting. I think the storm is choking itself off, which makes sense. The cell has kind of fallen apart. It's lost its hook a little bit. It was pretty defined like that. But it's kind of choking itself out. It's probably gonna flatten out a little bit, produce a big windstorm further east near Oakdale and Harriman, Midtown, Kingston, Rockwood. I'm honestly more concerned for the storm to the south. Very impressive reflectivity hook. And there is inflow. Although it could be here or here. Because this is the Nashville radar is over here to the northeast. Or it's pretty east. The whole storm is spinning, but it's going to go well south of Crossville. It's just a big mess out here in south central Tennessee and then northeastern Alabama. Well, some of them are still have their act together, but really it's just a big mess. You get back down here. My goodness. So the storm for Yazoo County has been upgraded to a tornado warning. That's radar indicated. It was that same storm that had that severe thunderstorm warning, the tornado possible. Well, guess what? It's definitely possible now. It could produce. There's higher confidence it could produce. Take a look at the rotation. And yeah, there's not the most powerful thing we've ever seen. Pretty weak. We are seeing rotation nonetheless, so it prompts a tornado warning. It's going to be for Sharkey and Yazoo counties. It's going to expire in half an hour. You need to get to shelter. A little further to the north and east, another severe thunderstorm. That warning was issued. I believe it was part of the original line, but kind of broke off. And this is in our area now. This is for Atala, Leake counties. Okay, so it's the extreme Atala, Leake, and Madison counties. It's for the extreme northwestern portions, but looks like it will stay mostly north of Carthage, but it is getting closer to the area. It's moving almost due east. So this whole line, it is produced severe thunderstorms, tornado warnings, all the way from back here. And obviously, it's that'll be the only round that'll be very concerned for. So once this moves out, we'll probably call it a night. But for now, we're nowhere near calling it a night. Tornado warning. Again, Yazoo County. So it was canceled for Humphrey County. This Yazoo County. This includes the metro of Yazoo City. Looks like the rotation is going to go just to your south, but you still need to get in that safe place. Lots of wind will still be hitting Yazoo City. Possibly some hail because it's up there in that core of the storm. Storms down in east central Louisiana. They're still potent. They're not here yet, but potent nonetheless. Yeah, you probably don't have to get in the crawl space. It's well south. I wouldn't go out. It's raining cats and dogs. And hell, possibly. That's where most of the warnings are up there in northeastern Alabama, southeast central Tennessee. We're moving into Knoxville a little bit, Chattanooga. Unfortunately, there's a clump of storms up there in southeastern Kentucky. They don't need those. Very few people in southeastern Kentucky even have a home left standing from Friday in Laurel County, London, Kentucky. Go back to our tornado warning. Yazoo County, yes, this includes the metro of Yazoo City. It's going to be the most populated area in the warning. Velocity's not that powerful. It's just radar indicated, but you still need to be in that safe spot for another half hour. 8:30. It appears that the northern tornado watch has been, I guess, allowed to expire. Portions of it. Or maybe it was canceled. I'm not exactly sure how long it went out. It might have been just allowed to expire around 7:30 or 8 o'clock, whatever. But they kept portions of it. That includes Houston, Pontotoc. It includes Lee County. So Tupelo, you're still under a tornado watch for another hour. And there's a severe thunderstorm up here. It's going to be for Itawamba, Lee, and Monroe counties. Shannon. Well, it's past Shannon, Iona, Sandersville, Nettleton. It's past you. Smithville, you got a pretty big severe thunderstorm on the way. Probably some hail about to enter the town here in about 5 to 10 minutes. Watch out for that. Our watch doesn't end for another 4 hours. That's going to be at midnight. 12 a.m. That watch will eventually expire. As quickly as it came, it went away. Tornado warning for Yazoo County is no longer tornado warned. They've yet again issued another severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. Went over it a few times earlier, but since we have new viewers in here, let's explain it again. It is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. But there is a tag on there that says a tornado is possible. That's usually issued for a storm that down the line later can produce a tornado or has already and is weakening and dying out. So it is a severe thunderstorm. But it has shown a few times now, it has shown that it has tornadic potential. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1 inch in diameter hail, and a tornado is possible here. It's going to be, again, Humphreys, Issaquena, Sharkey, and Yazoo counties. Just south of Rolling Fork. It's going to include Cary and all the areas stretching out south of Yazoo City. Not much information there. So go over here and see what's between Cary and Yazoo City. It's going to be Holly Bluff. The other L didn't load into Google Maps. Holly Bluff and Yazoo City. You're seeing one storm. But there's another one that is part of the same warning, but it's a different storm for the western areas. It's going to be Cary. I just got a notification that a tornado watch was issued. Hasn't came in yet. Well, check that out. If it's the same area, I believe it was the same area. That's strange. It was A new watch. I believe it's the same area. Hasn't been expanded. Here we go. No, that's Alabama. National Weather Service in Alabama has a. Okay, it's for Alabama. I'm not exactly sure why the National Weather Service in Jackson. Or no, why MEMA, Mississippi Emergency Management. Don't know why they're talking about it. But a secondary tornado watch was issued in north central Alabama because theirs was about to be canceled. But obviously, you can see there's still storms out here. The one that we are under, it still goes to midnight. I don't know if I just missed this or this was just issue, but that's a very small warning. Let's go right down here to East Central Louisiana because these storms will eventually move into our area. Eventually, might be very very late tonight, early in the morning, but they possibly will. That is probably a tornado. No debris signature, but that's a pretty. I'm not exactly sure where the radar is. This is inflow. It's going out this way. It's a pretty impressive radar signature. Velocity coupling. Another tornado warning was issued in Tennessee. I believe it's for that storm I was talking about. Rotation south of that warning. There's a big clump of them up here in East Central Tennessee. Let's go take a look at this real quick. Again, big radar hole, so I'm not exactly sure which one to use. I think we're getting closer to Knoxville, so we'll use. It's getting a bad read though. We'll try Nashville. This is a big clump. That's a big mess. I do see what they're talking about. Near Spencer. It's going to be for Cumberland and Van Buren counties in Tennessee. Near Spencer, there's a little interference going on, but we do see some rotation. Winds blowing in opposite directions, close to each other, possibly producing some rotation there. That's going to be for 40 minutes. So it's a tornado warning. So obviously a tornado is possible, but also, even if it doesn't produce a tornado, hail greater than 1 inch, 1.25 in diameter. Pretty big. How many warnings is here? I think there's 4. Four tornado warnings in one spot. But I think it's for one storm. It's a big storm. This is south of Crossville now. This is a terrible radar spot. Well, it's not a spot, it's a hole. It's a hole middle of nowhere. No radar can pick up what's going on out here accurately. This is a big storm. I'm not exactly sure which one is prompting which warning. There's rotation down here southeast of Spencer. Reflectivity looks impressive here. 11, 12 miles south of Lake Tansy. There. Maybe south of Crab Orchard. There's multiple areas. It's a massive storm. It all, if I'm going to be honest, I don't think it should be tornado warnings. Well, I'm not the expert. I don't work at the forecast office in Nashville. Oh, If I'm in Crossville, I'm not even really concerned with the storm to the south. I'm more concerned with the storm to the west near Pleasant Hill. Draw a line here that this is going to go into Crossville. And it has observed winds of 65 miles per hour. So it's not just a radar estimation. Someone, a spotter, a like handheld anemometer, someone, probably someone on an airstrip or something like that. They have gotten official reading of a 65 mile per hour wind gust in this storm near Pleasant Hill, and it will be heading into Crossville shortly. 5-10 minutes, probably closer to 5. This all honestly should just all over here for Oliver Springs, all the way down to Spencer, Spring City, all the way back here to Kingston. All of this should honestly be under a tornado possible severe thunderstorm, in my opinion. There's no one area where I believe a tornado is on the ground or strong. It's capable of producing a tornado, but I also think that the greater threat, honestly, is just the massive amount of severe modes it can present. It's large. It's massive. But I wouldn't even include that in Crossville. You have a break right now. Just a little drizzle. But you're under a flash flood warning. Yeah, the 65 mile per hour wind gust is observed. Now, flash flood warning is going to be for another 3 hours. Lots of rain trailing over the same area, but I wouldn't be concerned for tornadoes. I would be concerned for some damaging winds about 10 minutes coming out of Pleasant Hill, though. Go back down to Mississippi, and there's just one severe thunderstorm warning left. This is going to be for Yazoo and Humphrey counties. No, not Humphreys. It's Aquila, Sharkey, and Yazoo. Where did that storm go? Because previously there was a severe thunderstorm warning that included Leake County, Atala, and Madison. It has since just turned into this little blob. So nothing to worry about. Besides, maybe some stronger winds up here in extreme northern Leake County. I'm honestly surprised this storm, this storm that is about to move into Madison, I'm surprised it isn't warned near Pickens. Pickens to Yazoo City, that's a strong storm. You're not under a warning, though. And then Yazoo City back to Cary, you are under a warning. Still a strong storm, just for 5 more minutes. No tornado warnings. I don't think there's even one in the state, no. There is that is a considerable storm up there. Wow. Oh, see, that tells you to find the right radar. No, it just changed. I still believe a lot of hail fell in Smithville. Pretty strong storm. Yeah, again, up in Tennessee, the wind gust was confirmed, but now someone in Smithville picked up a hailstone greater than 1 inch. So that's a pretty big hailstorm for Itawamba and Monroe counties. The tornado watch will end at 9 o'clock. So the northern areas, let me make sure that the county's right. Again, hours, I'll draw the line. Here's the line that splits the watches. Here we go. So there's two different watches. It's all red, so it's kind of hard to see. This up here is one watch. And this down here is a different one. This is the one we're under. It ends at midnight. But the one ending at 9 o'clock, that's going to be... If my map would pull up. I'm not confident in my northeastern counties. That would be Choctaw, Oktibbeha, Monroe, Clay, Chickasaw, and Webster counties. Cannot read that one at all. What Avery's in. Actually, I think that warning is in Amory. County Amory's in. Itawamba. I already said that. Monroe. So Monroe, Itawamba, Oktibbeha, Lee County. Tupelo is still under this. It's going to expire. Or they will allow it to expire, I believe. This includes Bruce, Pontotoc, Houston, Oklahoma, Aberdeen, Amory, Nettleton, Tupelo, Shiloh, Guntown, and Smithville, who I think was the last major town up here to see a strong storm. North Mississippi, you're pretty clear. This was the area I was most concerned for tornadoes. In Mississippi. Area I was most concerned. Now, the enhanced risk dipped all the way down here. It includes Starkville, West Point, Columbus, Aberdeen, Smithville. But after this watch expires in 45 minutes, North Mississippi will be good. A tornado warning down there in east central Louisiana is persistent. It's tiny, but persistent. Again, those will enter the area eventually, later tonight, possibly into the early morning hours tomorrow. But that warning's been allowed to expire in Yazoo County, in Issaquena. So that collection of storms that we have seen for over an hour now, almost 2 hours, from the Mississippi-Louisiana border up through Yazoo City, up through Pickens, up to almost to Atala County, Kosciuszko. Finally, they might allow that storm to go without a warning. That one has expired. It just hasn't disappeared off the screen yet. Never mind. They have reissued another warning. It's going to last for another hour, 58 minutes. Radar indicated 60-mile-per-hour winds. Hail at 1 inch in diameter. Again, same place. Oh, this includes no, it doesn't. It just includes Yazoo counties and Sharkey. Sharkey and Yazoo County. Again, this storm is past Yazoo City. So the downtown metro of Yazoo City, you're good. But the rest of you and Yazoo County and Sharkey County, it's past Pickens as well. The only place I'd be concerned with is Satartia and Bentonia. Then it'll be a problem for Madison and Leake counties down the road. So just early heads up, Leake County and Madison County, about half an hour to an hour. But it get a pretty strong storm. It's not tornadic, but strong, nonetheless. Our first tornado warning in Georgia? Yep. First one in Georgia. That watch almost goes all the way down to Atlanta. Go back up here to Tennessee. They're moving closer to Knoxville, so maybe the Knoxville radar will pick it up a little bit better. It should. Again, pretty big storm. The tornado warning was just shortened substantially. As soon as I got over here, Crossville's not in it anymore. Crossville is, however, under a severe thunderstorm warning for another 10 minutes. And it has a tornado possible tag. So, 65-mile-per-hour winds, they were confirmed. It's moving into Crossville now. It's about to. Looks like it's lightening up a little bit. It might be stronger towards Fairfield Glade. But tornado is possible. Not imminent, but possible. The tornado watch for East Central Tennessee. It'll last for another hour 40. So looking at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock in that tornado watch. But once those storms move past, not much. It'll continue raining for a long time. These are just light showers. That's why the flash flood warning is in place for another 3 hours almost. The only tornadic areas would be well to the south. Over near Oakdale. Down to Crab Orchard. They are under a warning, but some of the stronger stuff not even making it down here to Pikeville and Lake Tansy. The only tornadic area, it's a lot of warnings, but there's only one area. It's not very strong. It's over Oakdale and Harriman. But that's about to move out. Another half an hour on that one. Not much of a concern at all. Wrong radar. A little further south, though, I might have to be ears to look at this from Huntsville. Actually, no, I think I made it worse. Hmm. This is going to be for McMinn, Meigs, and Ray County in Tennessee. It's Decatur, Tennessee. Another warning, but that's going to go out to the south. Most of the tornadic potential, it's on a downhill slope for sure. There's probable cause to believe that they will allow that watch to expire by 10, maybe even before then. These storms in Huntsville are still strong. There's two different areas of rotation there. Possibly some, getting into Georgia. Huntsville was definitely the spot. And a little further south in Tennessee, right around the Alabama-Tennessee border. It's probably where most of the tornadoes and tornadic activity occurred. I definitely think it was a good forecast. Still looks like it still has rotation. Yeah. Okay, so the warnings were allowed to expire in Louisiana. They did, however, they are crossing into Mississippi now. Uh, they did issue a special weather statement, which means the storm is sub-severe, but it's kind of like a, hey, the storm is out there. Take a look at it. And then, by the time it gets over here to Brookhaven and Crystal Springs and into Jefferson Davis and Jones, it could produce severe modes again. But it does include Natchez, so they are moving into the state. The rotation is pretty strong to me. I don't know how the warning got canceled. Almost another hour on the severe thunderstorm warning in Yazoo and Sharkey counties. While there's nothing pressing going on, I'm gonna take a little break real quick. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I'm back. Oh, that music's probably blaring. You miss me? All right. This fifth thunderstorm warning. Another 40 minutes. This is in Yazoo, just Yazoo County now. Okay, and to the east, this is going to be for. It's had a leak in Madison. All right, the extreme western portions of Lake County. All right, Carthage, Redwater, not in this. Pickens, you are. You are on the border. So they didn't give a severe thunderstorm warning. They gave a special weather statement. So they believe it's weakening or just not deserving of a stronger warning. Still a decent storm though. Yeah. 30 minutes past the hour. The extreme northern tornado watch. That's going to be for Monroe. Uh, excuse me. That's going to be Monroe, Chickasaw, Webster, Calhoun, Pontotoc, Lee, and Itawamba County. So that watch is going to 9. The storms have moved out of the general facility. I mean, that's just showers over here near Okolona, Amory, uh, Tremont, Smithville. I mean, small stuff. It has moved into Alabama, so I expect that honestly it'll be canceled early. Back up to 2 viewers. All right, so these storms, excuse me, these storms in Louisiana that are crossing over, they just got a severe warn. Just got severe warned again. That they were below severe limits. Wow, that's quite a significant upgrade. It's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This does not include Natchez. Okay, this is going to be Adams. I believe Adams is going to be Adams Parish, Louisiana, and Calhoun and Concordia counties in Mississippi. This is a strong thunderstorm. Golf ball size hail. A 60 mile per hour wind gust. This is radar indicator. Deer Park, Slocum, around 8:35 right now. Sibley in about 2 minutes. So strong storm, but possibly there's a hail core right there. Probably not. Did I change radar sights? I did. So that's the best image we got. It's not the craziest thing I've ever seen. But it has detached itself from the clump. That might be something to look at down the line. Let's see. I believe I may be able to show this. So this right here is a look at downtown Kosciuszko via Hascams. We're looking off to the southwest. It's gonna be that severe thunderstorm in Yazoo County. You can see it's an absolute light show out there, uh, west of Atala County. A lot of lightning. The special weather statement for Lake County has been upgraded, and it has been upgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning. Carthage, I said this didn't include you. It includes you now. It's going to be Lake County and northern Atala counties. Redwater, Carthage, Pickens, you're right on the line. You're you're in one or the other. You're in one of these warnings. So the special weather statement has been upgraded. In the world, wrong radar. Here we go. So we are seeing this storm come a big line. It's gonna be a lot of wind. You know, there's honestly a little bit of rotation in that storm. It's not tornado tagged though. Just a regular. Your baseline severe thunderstorm warning. Again, it's gonna be for the northern portions of Atala County and basically all of Leake County. It's not many towns I can see out here, so we'll get closer in here. So it's going to be between Carthage and Pickens. That's going to be the area that we are looking for, maybe a little south of Pickens, looking towards uh, Vaughn, Bohan. I don't think it's how you spell Vaughn. It might be something different. But Carthage, Redwater, Thomastown, Camden, uh, Havendale, Sharon, Farmhaven, y'all are just at the southern portion of this. All the way out to Vaughan or Vaughn. Vaughan. This is north of Canton, though. It's the northern clip of Attala. For us, we're looking at places in western Leake County. We're looking at Wiggins, maybe all the way down to Abden, Lena, possibly at Standing Pine. Standing Pine, Carthage, Redwater. That's going to be your big places out there in Leake County. You're under this. Up towards Conway, Thomastown. You're going to go across Highway 43 and 35 as you get closer to Redwater and Carthage. So all the areas between Highway 51 heading out of Canton, Highway 51 closer to the Pickens area. Areas between 51 and 35 through Carthage and Redwater, that whole area. If you're on those roads that you on 51, on 17, on 43, 16, if you're on 25, you really don't want to be on 25 right now. They have a lot of water, a lot of wind, probably some limbs down across 25. You know, as you go further north to the more harder hit areas. Possibly seen a little hailfall. Yeah, this is going to be. Oh, I can't see that in the world. That's very hard to see. Try it this way. 18 miles northwest of Carthage. Is there a way to measure on Google Maps? It's probably up towards Camden. I think Camden and Thomastown. Possible hail falling there. Over Mansell Road. Not much of anything out here, but I think Camden and Thomastown is going to be about 20 miles almost northwest of Carthage. Rocky Hill Road as well. So Leake County, northern Attala. We put you back over to reflectivity. About to get us a fifth thunderstorm. First storm, like really in the non-county area tonight. We have seen them go to the north. We've covered a bit more than our area. You know, we jumped over to Huntsville. Very concerning situation over there. Jumped over to eastern Tennessee. Going all over the board. That's a severe thunderstorm down in eastern Louisiana, again, they will eventually make their way over here. Has produced reported damage. Small branches, about less than an inch, they were broken down. That's in Natchez, actually. That report is just right on top of Natchez. They're not in that warning, though. But still, hail bigger than an inch in diameter. 1.25, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. It's going to be there for another 40 minutes. It's going to split Louisiana and Mississippi. I think it's Adams Parish and Concordia County, Mississippi, just south of Natchez. They'll be heading due east, maybe a little southeast. About due east. So they'll probably avoid the middle of our area. The closest these storms will get, Hattiesburg. And they will not be severe by the time they get there. So these storms I've been rambling about back here, ain't got to worry about those. The ones we're concerned about now are these two, honestly, decent-looking lines of storms over here in Yazoo County, Leake County, and Itala County. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, hail about 1 inch in diameter. It's possible. All the way over here from Satartia. This does not include Yazoo City, by the way. It's Yazoo County. Does not include Yazoo City. But yeah, Satartia in Yazoo County, all the way out to Carthage and Redwater in Leake County. The National Weather Service, they just reposted their warning for Leake County, saying this storm will contain golf ball sized hail. They must have a report, or they're very certain in the fact that golf ball sized hail is falling in Leake County. About to. It's right on the border between Itala and Leake. Let's take a closer look there. Where we're talking about. It's going to be over Camden. Camden up to Thomastown. Possible hail of at least 1 inch in diameter falling out there over Highway 43, Highway 17, all the way from Highway 51 up in Pickens down to 35 in Carthage, the whole area. You're going to see a thunderstorm warning. You don't want to be on those roads. It came out a little quick. You don't want to be on any roads, really. It's not fun to drive in that. A lot of wind, a lot of rain. Might bust a windshield out there. 8:50. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. And that's when this watch up here, this is Leake, Itawamba, Monroe, Choctaw. This is going to be allowed to expire at 9 o'clock. So the 1 till midnight, it does include pretty large areas, Oktibbeha County. So we're looking at Starkville. Looking to the north and west, we still got West Point and Columbus. Still going to be under the watch. However, I'm pretty certain that we won't see much severe weather past this. So we'll draw a line about Lake Providence. The only other places that I would see severe weather or see having severe weather tonight is our area. Moving through Neshoba and Kemper. Might get some Scott and Newton in there. Depending on how far south this thing is trending, I'm going to move these little clips back here. Move their way into Jackson. But honestly, the well, no, I've been seeing the northern portions of Attala. The northern portions is in Cool, Ethel, and Kosciuszko. This is the Big Bend sliding down into Madison County. It's actually going to be near the southern portion. So at the cutoff from Attala to Madison. I've been saying Attala the whole time. Actually, Madison. Madison County, close enough. I don't think anyone here is watching from Attala or Madison. I don't know many people up there. Let's be honest, how many people are watching in the first place? One concurrent viewer. I gotta remember to keep this updated. The one viewer, if you look at the bottom of your screen, there's a list of all the national warnings. And I haven't been keeping that updated. I need to do that. I'll get better at that the more I do this. But just look at this list. Oh, we might have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's got one less than a minute ago. It's going to end about an hour from now. The only tornado warnings are in Alabama. The only tornado warnings are going to be in northern Alabama. Let's take a look at this new warning. I believe a new warning was issued. I believe it was for Yazoo and Attala. There it is. Okay, this is going to be for Madison and Yazoo. I'm trying to put Attala County in this. Attala County, you're fine. Kosciuszko, you're living high on the hog right now. You got nothing to worry about. You're good. Go to bed. Uh, Madison and Yazoo counties. It's just extending a little further south because we're seeing some appendages involved with this storm. They could bring some damaging winds into Madison County. So Madison County, you're up. I mean, you have been seeing a lot of rain already. But Madison, Yazoo, again, this does not include Yazoo City. This is the southeastern portions of Yazoo County. We're all most of the worst weather, honestly, is closer to the Leake County and Madison County border. I believe that there is some pretty large hail moving into Leake County right now as we speak. It's not near Carthage yet. The warning expires in 49 minutes. I'd say half an hour. There's going to be some large hail in Carthage, and yes, it is confirmed. Well, the mode itself is not confirmed, but it has prompted the National Weather Service to upgrade this warning to a considerable severe thunderstorm. What that means is now, based upon what the radar looks like, we aren't just guessing that severe weather is about to occur in Leake County, but we're pretty sure that severe weather will be considerable. So that's going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds, and hail. It's getting up there to 2 inches. We're seeing golf balls fall out of the sky on the Leake County and Madison County border, and factor in the winds are just whipping out here. Okay, we might be a little rotation up there, but not a tornado tag on this warning. But the winds are strong. It's whipping golf balls around your home. You need to get away from windows. That'll be the first thing to go. Be your window. If you're on the border between Madison and Leake counties. And down the road, Carthage, Redwater. Go away from them windows. Sit in your bathroom for a little bit. Sit in your closet. Bring some snacks. The other two behind it are radar indicated. And the one to the south, that's going to be for Madison and Yazoo, the southern portion of Yazoo, and most of Madison County. The southern one includes Canton. I was saying for a while, Canton, you aren't a part of this. Canton, welcome to the party. It's about to be on top of you. Canton, ready for some strong winds, but just radar indicated. You're going to be under that for another hour. We're going to go to 10 o'clock here in Madison County. It's slowly. I was going to say it's slowly exiting Yazoo County, but it's still producing some pretty strong weather in the southeastern portions. That warning will probably be allowed to expire in 15 minutes. Again, does not include Yazoo City, it's just Yazoo County. Yazoo County, basically all of Madison County now. Not Ridgeland. Ridgeland, you're good. Downtown Madison, you're good. The further north you get into Canton, and we run into some problems. Okay? So take a look at that. That's going to be Highway 51 and 55. Don't want to be driving north towards Pickens and Richland. No. Richland. R-I-C-K. Okay, not R-I-D-G-E. Richland, not Ridgeland. All right, make sure I get that out there so you don't think it's in Ridgeland in Madison. It's further north. So, either from areas in Canton up Highway 51, pretty much the intersection of 16 and 51 and 55, go all the way up to the intersection of 14 near Richland and Goodman. You don't want to be driving on those. 51, 55 heading north. Might want to pull over. Good for where you're going and stay there. Highway 14, don't want to be on that either. Up towards St. Mary's Church. The Salty Rooster. Now we're getting closer up to Holmes County. So from about we're looking at Canton to Richland in Madison County. This does not include Madison, the town, or Ridgeland, the town. Let me make that clear. Madison's a pretty populated area. I know a few people in Madison County. Maybe they're watching. Nope, one viewer. But 4 likes. There we go. Greg Hale has officially crossed the line between Madison and Leake. Carthage. Redwater. Heads up. Some golf balls are heading your way. A considerable severe thunderstorm. And you're going to be under that for another 45 minutes. We're going to take it there at 10 o'clock in Leake County. Essentially. Almost on the dot to the hour, 9 o'clock. Our watch, I would presume, would be allowed to expire at midnight, so this will be our round of severe weather. Been live for a while. Been live for 3 hours, but now is the time which I actually needed to go live for. But again, Leake County, big hail headed your way. This does include Carthage. Does include Redwater. A little further south, areas Canton, Madison County up to Richland, and Madison County. Same stuff. Maybe a little less of a health threat. I mean, that reflectivity signature over the Leake County and Madison County border is it's a little nuts right there. Let's actually zero in on that area. All right, so we're going to be looking at the border of Leake County and Madison. So, again, if you're anywhere between Highway 51 and Highway 35, 51 goes from Canton up to Pickens up to Goodman. 35 goes through Redwater, Carthage, all the way down to Standing Pine, Walnut Grove. Areas in between. Highway 17, 16, 43. We have Sharon, Havendale, Camden, Thomastown, Conway, and Leake County. We have all the way down to Ludlow, and Farm Haven. We're getting into Madison County now. Sharon, again, Canton, Vaughan, because nobody spells Vaughn like that. Pickens, Richland. It's the areas we're looking at. But specifically, the closer you get to Carthage, the heavier the hail is falling right now. I'd say Highway 17 at the intersection with 43. That's the spot where we're seeing Sacred Heart Catholic Church. We got Clark's Chapel Missionary Baptist. We got Camden Elementary School. We got Immaculate Conception Church. We got Taylor's Diesel Service right there at the intersection of 17 and 43 on the Lincoln Madison County line. All the way down to Sulphur Springs Road. Get down to Sulphur Springs. The park. Probably don't want to be out stargazing right now. You're about to get hit in the face with a big chunk of hail. Over in Leeds, we got the Gunline Shooting Range. Oklahoma Volunteer Fire Department. Hopefully I got that right. Forest Grove Presbyterian. And Greenwood Chapel. It's going to be right on the Natchez Trace Parkway, just west of Wiggins. The Natchez Trace Parkway. Probably the area seeing the most hail right now. Once it passes the Natchez Trace Parkway, we're looking at Living Waters Church, Wiggins Baptist. Getting down into Wiggins. But a little further north, Wagner Castle. Pilgrim Rest Missionaries. They're going up 16, and you're going to get right into Carthage. It's going to be by the Walmart, the Huddle House. Lake Central campus, specifically the junior high school. Downtown Carthage. Give it 15 minutes. We're going to see a pretty strong storm. A little further north. Well, it appears that the worst hail is kind of a little southwest of Carthage. So we'll take a look at areas. I'm going to say Wiggins and Carthage. You got Highway 16 in between the two. You don't want to be driving on Highway 16 right now. You got pretty big hail falling. And off of 16, closer towards Wiggins, you're going to have Ministry of Tattoos, Mississippi. That's going to go from the Deer Park Road, the Briar Patch Gift and Nursery, up to Pilgrim Rest Missionary Baptist. You're going to cross the Yellow Creek. Up to Yellow Creek Road. Large hail falling. Closer to Carthage, going up 16. We're going closer to Pilgrim Rest Road and Old Canton Road. The Entergy Power Station. Project Engineers, right intersection of Presley and 16. And then follow 16 up to downtown Carthage. Strong storm, lots of hail. Still considerable. Another 40 minutes left on that warning. One to the south is still radar indicated, but it's on top of Canton right now. Canton up to Richland. A lot of rain. Blinding rain. Probably some hail. Strong winds. On a different note, that watch that was supposed to expire at 9, it was allowed to. Southeastern Yazoo County. You are still under the warning for another 7 minutes, but it's been allowed to expire. So, it is out of Yazoo County. I would say now it's it's in the east central Mississippi area. Shout out to the 2 viewers watching. I need to update that. Keep forgetting to do that. The only tornado warnings are in Georgia and Tennessee. And it's extreme southern Tennessee. Or, no, extreme. It's getting close to Knoxville. Right on top of Knoxville. Tornado warning. Right outside of Knoxville. Speaking of Crossville, emergency management did confirm a thunderstorm wind damage. Not exactly sure what it was, but EMA or a first responder police officer, somebody out there in Crossville, Tennessee, they saw some severe wind damage. Don't know what it broke or what it knocked down or what happened, but I don't believe a tornado went through there at all. Damaging winds, yes. And lots of damaging winds heading to the metro of Knoxville, Tennessee. Also, the northwestern corner of Georgia. And finally, Huntsville can get some rest because it's moving out of the area. Get back down to our storms. A severe thunderstorm warning for Canton and Sharon. It's going to be Madison County, or southern one. 10 o'clock. You got another 50 minutes. Quarter-sized hail possible with that one. And the one for Leake County, let me confirm this. Yeah, it was downgraded, so no longer a considerable. I understand the hail core is a lot weaker, but still. Carthage, you're getting dumped on with a whole bunch of rain. In areas further south as well. There's nothing out here. Southwestern Lake County. Nothing but a couple creeks and a lot of grass. But still, be cautious. Don't want to be driving on 16 or 35. Yeah, that one for Yazoo is going to be allowed to expire. The storms have completely left Yazoo County. Madison and Leake is the counties we're looking at now, and possibly it's a pretty strong storm moving into Canton, by the way. We see one storm here kind of move through. There's another one here. Strong winds in Canton. Again, this is north of Madison and Ridgeland in Madison County. So this is the north portions of Madison. Canton up to Richland. zoom out a little bit here. Let's pull this forward. Or actually, it's going from the past to now. I just see a trend. So, seeing this move in a almost southwesterly. Yeah, southwesterly. We're seeing this take a more. It's eastern. No, east southeast motion. So as you see these arrows I've drawn. Next up, get ready. Northern Scott. The storm kind of getting its act together over here in Madison. That's going to be yours. And then as it moves out of Leak, we'll clip Neshoba. And then way down the line, don't even know if it'll be severe at that point, but we will be here to know. Newton County. I'm gonna leave this here. Let it play forward, and I'll be back in a little bit. Like I predicted earlier, the tornado watch is supposed to go to midnight. It has been allowed to expire for the northern portions of it. So this was the one that included, you know, still not that these following counties are no longer under tornado watch: Atala, Oktibbeha. I was looking at Columbus. This was like the outline, something like this. It's canceled. The only one that remains, and it remains till midnight for now, includes Noxubee, Winston, Kemper, Lauderdale, Neshoba, Newton, Leake, Scott, Madison, Yazoo, Hans, Rankin, and counties down here that I don't know. So this is the only area we're looking at for severe weather mostly. These storms, this area, these storms down here, a little bit near Natchez. Or thunderstorm right here. Another warning has been added. This includes more of the southern portions of Madison and primarily the northern parts of Scott County. So now Leake, Madison, Rankin, and Scott are all under a severe thunderstorm warning. This newest one will expire in 53 minutes, so almost an hour. Or one that included Carthage, 20 minutes. The one back near Canton, another half an hour, but it will move out of the populated areas of Canton up to Richland in about 5 minutes. It'll be a problem for the more eastern and southeastern portions of Madison County. This newest warning, it does include the city of Madison. Does not include Richland, but you're right on the line. It does include Madison. Madison, Rankin, Scott, Leake. That's what we're looking at right now. These lines that I've drawn, little bowing sections of the line, pretty strong winds here. Moving into Rankin and Scott. Storm Prediction Center has update the day one outlook as the worst of the severe weather moves off to the east. That 10% hatch tornado still there in northeastern Alabama, southeastern Tennessee. But we have a 15 for the hail and wind, and still a 5 for the tornado, but a slight risk. That's a 2 out of 5. It's the updated graphics. Not much to talk about. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Madison County until 10 o'clock. Another 26 minutes. And the one for Leake County, Swiggins, Redwater, Carthage, uh, Freeney, Standing Pine, up to 9:45. It's about 10 minutes. In Leake County, you'll be good. Areas in Madison County north of Canton, north and east, you're out of the warning. It's just for the extreme southern portions of Madison County. And Rankin, probably some pretty big hail falling in Rankin and northwestern Scott County. Not much to talk about besides that.
It's me.
Uh, yeah, I wouldn't in the stream, but I want to stay with it until it gets to Newton County, just in case if a severe thunderstorm if any kind of warning is issued for Newton County, people will start piling in here. So we'll wait for that. But one viewer. They're literally doing Yep. Well, that's fine. My mic was actually live the whole time. Doesn't matter. Only person in here. No longer a warning for Madison County. Just Scott, leak, a little bit of Rankin. There's some thunder up here in the northeast counter of Newton County, off in the distance. Probably hearing it over there in Scott County. Some showers moving into northwest Newton County, north of Colorado, west of Union. Severe thunderstorm warning for Scott. Expires in about 20 minutes. And again, the tornado watch, it goes to midnight. But likely, if we see the storm just scoot out the area. I mean, it'll go through Newton County, possibly some Lauderdale County. But we should be done for the night. Will all the rain stop? No, probably not. Nope. It's going to rain a good bit. Before I go into that, I'm going to see if some people get in here. I did put a post on the Facebook and Instagram, put the links to the stream, talked about Newton County. I get some Newton County folk up in here. There we go. All right, just like I predicted, severe thunderstorm warning for the entirety of Newton County. This will also extend the warning through Scott County. See what we got here. Newton and Scott, we got baseline severe thunderstorm, 60 mile per hour winds, 60 mile per hour winds, and 1 inch in diameter hail. It'll last until 11 o'clock. At 9:51, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Sebastopol to Steele to near Forkville in Scott County. They're moving east at 40 miles an hour. Being near Forest, Colorado Prospect, the central southeastern portion of Scott County. Be around there right now. But it won't start moving into Newton County. Give it 5 to 10 minutes. Union, Stratton around 10 o'clock. Lake, 5 minutes. Hinton, Decatur, and Little Rock, 10:10. Downtown Newton, 10:20. You got about 25 minutes. So if you're on the road, Newton County, get home. First of all, it's 10 o'clock. Go home. Second off, you don't want to be on the roads when this gets to you. Yeah, Newton and Duffy around 10:20. We get 30 past the hour. We're looking at Hickory, Chunky, and Garland. Looking at the southwestern portion. So this storm's going to move northwestern to southeasterly. First, it's going to scoot into Colorado, Forest Lake, and Morton, and then move through Newton County. And again, this lasts for another hour. This warning lasts until 11 p.m. The one for Scott, another 20 minutes. As the one for northern Scott, 20 minutes as it moves into the southern and eastern portions of the county. Still got one viewer here. Maybe we'll see some more popping in here. Seen a little lump of rain broken off from our main cell here. Should be Morton and Forest. This is just non-significant. This right here, you see the Boeing line? Run it, south Sebastopol, all the way far northwest from Forest. I mean, getting into northwest central sky. I mean, it's the best way to explain that. I mean, half of the county has got this big Boeing line of strong winds and showers. And as we move off to the east, got Forest first, split Forest and Lake. And then we got Conahatta, Newton, Decatur. And this northern half will get Union, Little Rock, Duffy. And about an hour from now, we'll get Hickory and Chunky down there. This does include the whole county. Got 2 viewers now. Hello to the new viewer. Glad you are here. Glad you could join us. We have been live for 4.5 hours so far. And right now, it's really the only time I needed to be live. It's in our area, Newton County. Severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to last an hour. We're getting to 11 o'clock. Seeing a 30-mile-per-hour wind gust. Franking behind this Boeing line. Getting almost close to 40 in some places. And that doesn't include like wind gusts closer to the ground. Gonna wet the whistle a little bit. We're gonna keep chugging along. 15 minutes. No longer is there a severe thunderstorm warning in Leake County. Leake, you're good. Just simply put it, the whole counties of Scott and Newton. And we're starting up here from Walnut Grove. And that is in Leake County, but south of Walnut Grove. I'm slurring my words. I think it's time for bed. We're going to track this thing when it gets out of the area. Morton and Sebastopol. We'll try that one. Sebastopol all the way down to Morton. So what we're seeing right now. Well, not quite all the way down to Morton. Almost over between Hillsboro and Forkville. That's where we're looking right now. Between Highway 13 and Highway 35. Then all the way up to Sebastopol, Highway 494. 492. Apologies. Highway 492 in Scott County. We got 2 viewers up in here. Let me know where you're watching from. we'll break it down. Right now, we're talking about a severe thunderstorm warning in Newton County. I'll assume whoever this viewer is, you're from Newton County. Saw the Facebook post, right? Or the Instagram. And I reeled you over here. I'm not going to waste your time. Here we go. Sit with me to 11 o'clock, just an hour. And this is a radar indicated severe thunderstorm warning. This is the lowest level. Saw a storm, gave it a warning. There's nothing here that indicates it is a significantly damaging severe thunderstorm, which we have seen a couple of those. We've seen considerable and even destructive severe thunderstorms today, further northwest in Yazoo County, and pretty strong storms in Madison County as well. Large hail and leak. But it's appeared to weaken just a little bit as it's made its way across the area. If you don't know, the threshold for a severe thunderstorm warning, radar indicated hail of greater than 1 inch, and radar indicated wind gust of at least 60 miles per hour. Now, those aren't confirmed, but the storm is capable of producing those. We got 2 warnings. The previous one is for northern Scott County. So we are running Sebastopol all the way down to a little bit of Rankin. Rankin is included in this. So Sebastopol about all the way out to Pelahatchie. It's our current warning, and that's going to end at 10 minutes. Not quite as far as Pelahatchie. Area is north of Pelahatchie. About 10 miles north of Pelahatchie. That's going to be closer to Leesburg and southern and western Forkville in Scott County. So north central, northeast Scott County, you're going to be under yours for another 10 minutes. Kent County, however, you got 55 more minutes. Hello, Miss Cindy. How are you? Thanks for tuning in. Old Town of Decatur. Let's see. Forest Union Decatur. 10:05. So maybe this more northern portion. It's not as strong. The strongest portion of the storm is back here north of Forest. So we'll lay this out. The strongest portion back here near Forest up towards northern Scott County. This northern portion is going to clip Decatur, Little Rock, Duffy, Union. This is just a lot of scattered storms and a few rumbles of thunder. As we pull this forward, we could see this stronger section of the storm move closer to the Newton Lake Hickory area. It's got a southeasterly motion, not northeast. Typically, we see southwest moving northeast. We're actually going northwest moving east-southeast. So a different storm motion than typical. The National Weather Service has allowed the northern Scott County warning to expire. So now we're looking at areas Morton, Forest Lake, and then all of Newton County. This is our new area. It's a little easier to see here when you don't have to look at radar images. But Morton, Forest Lake, Conahatta, Union, Little Rock, Duffy, Decatur, Hickory, Newton, Roberts, down to Chunky, whole county. We're in this till 11 o'clock. After that, that should be all of the weather that we see tonight. There's a few scattered showers back here in Hines, Rankin, Madison, Yazoo. Well, that's just rain makers. This is some lightning and hail makers right here in Scott and Newton counties. But once this moves out, there's mostly clear air behind. We are under a tornado watch until midnight. After these storms move through, that will be allowed to expire. And then all the rain will move out by 1 a.m. We'll have a dry morning. Also, we've seen a small hail core west of Conahatta. That's probably the strongest part of our storm. And it may clip the southern half of Decatur. I think it will split the difference between Decatur and Newton. It's starting in Conahatta. That's probably where I'm most confident in hail falling right now. A lot of this up here in Union. I'm hearing thunder all over here in Little Rock, Duffy. This is light rain. Should get closer to the center of the storm. That's some blinding rain out there. Large hail. Excuse me. Large hail possibly falling around Wolf, a few miles to the west of Conahatta. Wolf is going to be beside CM Pressure Washing Services, Ephesus Baptist Church, over to Brentwood Forestry and Land, and Little Place of Heaven. Probably seeing some hail right now. Moving across Green Gold Road over to the Church of Unity. So we're about Highway 21 to downtown Conahatta. Probably some strong hail right now. Go towards Mount Zion Church. And know some friends out there close to Salem Baptist. That's where I'd be most concerned for some hail right now. It appears those storms in east central Louisiana we were tracking earlier, they are definitely going south. Probably make their way towards Baton Rouge, New Orleans, and leave to the Gulf. So we don't have to worry about those. Past this round, we'll be clear. It's 8:12, about 15 past the hour. We've been live for 4.5 hours. Really only needed to be live right now, but we were here, we were ready. Now it's time to get going. That hell's moving a little west, probably right on top of the Colorado Metro right now. Mount Zion Church up to Prospect Church. See what road that is. Colorado Prospect Road. Probably hell falling along that road right now. We'll say the intersection of Newton Colorado with 489. Follow that north through Colorado up to Mount Zion Church. Most likely that's where we're seeing some hail, even a little further north. A few miles north of Colorado. Near the U-Haul dealer. Making our way up Colorado Prospect Road. And as it moves east, southeast, Pine Ridge Church, Hope Davis Photography, On Bluff Road, next in the path. And it depends if it takes more eastern routes. Decatur is next. If it takes a more southeastern route, which I believe it will, it'll probably clip the southern portion of Decatur. So the Country Club, maybe up to the Dollar General when you're coming into Decatur. Now I have to specify because there's two in one town. But near the sheriff's office, South Decatur Mercantile, and the Country Club. Pretty consistent on the correlation coefficient. Not so much on reflectivity. This was like a whole bunch of heavy rain all the way from Union down to Forest. There's a lot of blinding heavy rain. I believe there's some isolated spots of hail falling somewhere in those areas. We got 4 viewers now. Might be a personal record here. And the warning for northern Scott County. So that's going to be Sebastopol and into Rankin County. It's expired. It's still on the radar. You'll have to update and get rid of it, but it is expired. We're nowhere near expired for a Newton County one. You got another 45 minutes. Morton, you're good. Morton's clear. Areas south and west of Forest, you're clear. I'd say 10 to 15 miles south of Lake. No, 5. 5 to 8 miles south of Lake, you're good. It's moving past the lake in Colorado. Actually, we will take a look at this. I didn't mean to click on this, but we're seeing 50 miles per hour winds cranking between Decatur and Lake. 70. Now, this is high up in the atmosphere, and it's a lot easier for a storm to produce higher wind gusts very high in the storm. This is a very large storm. It's been around for too long. We've been tracking this for over an hour and a half since it was in Yazoo City. But, yeah, strong winds. We have a line from Decatur, and it bows out south of Lake. And we're seeing consistent 50, 60, 40, even 70 miles per hour wind gusts right there between Lake and Newton. It's a strong storm. Possibility of hail falling too. I'm not as confident now. Maybe a little bit to the north side of Decatur. The hail core has kind of followed north. took a more. The storm has changed shape, which I think is giving an illusion that it's changing direction. I don't know if that's the case, but it appears to be moving a bit more easterly. It's 68 miles per hour. I mean, the winds are ripping in this storm. Downtown Newton, probably the strongest winds. Newton to Decatur, strong winds. We're seeing them in front of the rain. So we'll draw a line. This is our rain line. We switch over to our velocity or our winds. The strongest winds have forced themselves ahead of that line. So our line was through Decatur and north of Newton, but right on top of Newton and South Decatur. That's where the strongest winds are. So the outflow is kind of so strong it's creating an outflow boundary. I believe it is. And if that happens, there would be very almost non-existent threat of severe storms behind this. Because once an outflow boundary forms, no storm is able to pick itself up because it instantly just gets ripped apart by how strong the winds are blowing into it. It's not able to mature. I don't believe that large hail is falling in the county anymore. If there is any hail falling, I would guess it's around Decatur. The warning was just changed a little bit. Scott County has almost been excluded. Forest, I didn't know more. Lake, you are. So it has been changed. We got another 40 minutes. It's 10:20. We're taking it to 11 o'clock. And the winds in the storm are so strong it's kind of ripping itself apart. Oh, why I clicked on that. A lot lighter on the precipitation than it was about 10 minutes ago. But it's still very strong down here towards Newton and Lakeland up here between Union and Decatur. But this used to be very heavy. I mean, the winds might actually be so strong that it's ripping itself apart. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, very, very impressive. Now, that is not on the ground. That's high up in the storm. But still, strong storm. We got wind picking up in the Scanlon community. That's close to Decatur, I imagine. So Decatur was getting rocked a little bit ago. See, Scanlon, a little northwest of downtown Decatur. Wouldn't be surprised if you walk outside and pick up a few small hailstones if they hadn't melted already. Because it is warm out there. Still very warm and humid. That's why we're having severe weather at 10:30 at night. Speaking of, another half hour, and we'll be done. At least in Newton County. It's kind of falling apart. It is not as strong or pronounced as it was back in Scott and Leake and Madison counties. So we'll take it to 11 o'clock. I imagine some kind of warning will get extended for Lauderdale. Oh, there goes the tornado watch. Well, there's only 4 counties left in the state under the tornado watch: Scott, Newton, Kemper, and Lauderdale. And I imagine as soon as the storm moves over, it's going to get canceled as well. The brunt of the storm moving into downtown Newton right now. It's already been in Decatur. It's right on top of Decatur right now. Lights are flickering up here in Little Rock, northeastern portion of the county. Sorry. Not that much rain though. It's pretty light. Well, it's pouring pretty hard out there. It's raining even harder in Newton and Decatur. I might lose power up here in Little Rock. Let's hope and pray it doesn't go out. If it does, we get this out quickly. 30 minutes. Severe thunderstorm warning for Newton County. The worst of it's over Decatur and Newton right now. Give it 10 minutes to be in Hickory, Chunky, and possibly this will be extended to Lauderdale County. Not really that sure. If it continues its trend of weakening, probably not. We do have a tornado watch until midnight, but I do not believe that there is tornadic potential in these storms. Rain will move out by 1 a.m., and we'll have a pretty nice and dry morning. Not much severe weather for a forecast that was on the stronger side, thankfully. We were lucky compared to a lot of people. Bad tornado in downtown Huntsville, as well as south central and southeastern Tennessee. So I think today's event was forecasted very well. The storm mode wasn't quite as discreet, so the tornadic potential, thankfully, was lower than it could have been, than it should have been. But last thing, Scott County is not completely out of this warning. Forest, Lake, you're good. The warning is still a little bit of a weird shape. The extreme southwestern portions of the county, I'm not exactly sure what's down here. Take a look. Towards Lawrence, no, more towards Tanglewood. Tanglewood, between Tanglewood and Lawrence, you're out of this warning. And then on the other side, up towards Neville. And between Sebastopol, Neville, you're also excluded from the warning. It's primarily Newton, Decatur, areas in between, and some stronger rain is heading up into Little Rock and Duffy. Everyone behind this line, done with severe weather for the night. Conahata, they're still in the warning, but you're good. Rain should be lightening up in Decatur. It's not as strong. Lingering showers in Kemper County. That's not what I tried to do. That's an easy fix. This is what I was trying to do. So, another half an hour on that warning. Take a little break to look at what's going to happen after this. So, that's what radar supposedly looks like now, according to simulator radar. But, give an hour, 2 hours, most of it's rained out. 1 a.m., not much left. Maybe some lingering showers, but mostly dry. And then we're clear for the early morning hours. But something interesting to look, if you look at the border between Louisiana and Texas, but looking in the Gulf. So possible water spouts. So there's some pretty large supercells in the Gulf. We might get some pretty water spouts to look at early in the morning. But we're going to be dry. And we'll even do a quick little forecast. This is a European model. This is severe weather that moved through today. And we appear to be high and dry for a few days. Rain may return. I mean, it looks to be pretty dry all week. And we'll see return of showers and thunderstorms next Sunday night. But it looks to be a pretty good weather week ahead. After the severe weather gets out of our hair. The severe thunderstorm warning has actually been downgraded just a little bit. Typically, the threats are hail in 1 inch in diameter. However, this one actually has less than 3/4 or 0.75 of an inch. So it has the hail just a little bit smaller. It's weakening. I don't believe there's much hail falling anywhere in the county, if any at all. Possibly some northeast of Newton, about 5 miles to the northeast of Newton. But that's not very large. We're fine. Just yeah, this thing has shrunk, and there goes the severe thunderstorm warning. The National Weather Service has decided to cancel it early, and other decisions to do that, I imagine they're not going to continue it for Lauderdale County. Now, will we continue to see rain? Yes. Eastern Newton County, Lauderdale County, we will see rain. Will we see strong storms? Probably not. We are still under a tornado watch until midnight. Most likely that will get canceled quickly. There's no storms behind it, just some lingering showers. So, with no warnings in the area, I think I might call it a night. How long have we been live? 5 hours. We're at the 5-hour mark. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, we have. We're here at 5 hours or 4 hours and 20 minutes. I believe we're at 4 hours and 20 minutes. So about 4.5 hours. We've been talking about the weather. Might as well. Slide over here and look at the days to come. So this is our updated severe weather outlook. Oh, it's getting late. I'm gonna start saying things that I'm gonna regret in the morning. Looking at tomorrow, if it'll load, nothing. I believe. Watch the page load to prove me wrong. There we go. Just to the north and the south, clear skies. Look at the day 3, so this will be Thursday. I'm not fooling with that no more. It's not loading. Anyways, the warning has been canceled. It's very messy. It's actually shrunk. It's pretty small. I just got a notification from MEMA, Mississippi Emergency Management Association, a weather one, talking about a tornado watch. So possibly this watch was just canceled. I might stay for another 5 minutes, see if it goes away. It possibly could have been canceled. We went live as soon as it was issued at 6 p.m. It was issued around 6. We went live at 6. And I said I'd follow it till it goes away. So we might do that. I'd imagine the update is they canceled it. I will have to see. No. Then why did I get a notification? Scott County was actually removed from the tornado watch. And this storm is now below severe limits. So no more severe thunderstorm. But they have issued a special weather statement for Lauderdale and northern Clark. So this storm will continue to produce rain. It'll thunder. Winds get up a little bit and might drop little pea-sized hail for the next all the way till 11 o'clock. But Hickory, not Hickory. Hickory, you're next. You're about to get some heavy rain. But Newton, Decatur, Union, whole area, besides Hickory, Chunky, maybe out to Meridian, get some rain. Besides that, I have nothing else to add. So, we hit a high of 4 viewers this stream for the second stream ever on the channel. Pretty successful, I'd say. We've been live for over 4 hours. Make it 4.5 now. Nothing else to add. Today could have been worse. Thankfully, it wasn't. I'm glad that we didn't see many individual, cells just tear through northern Mississippi. I thought that could have been last night. That was looking like a possibility. I mean, just long tracked cells, being able to produce tornadoes just all up and down northern Mississippi. Thankfully, that did not happen. Unfortunately, we did see a large tornado. Honestly, multiple. I don't know if they touched the ground, but we did see at least one large one touch the ground near the Huntsville Metro. So that's an extremely populated area. So it's always terrible when they see a tornado. But it's Huntsville, so they're used to it. Anyways, this has been the second ever stream, May 20th, 2025, from the East Central Mississippi Weather Watcher. Always remember, no matter what happens, don't be scared. The East Central Mississippi Weather Watcher is always watching the skies and informing you what to do. With that being said, thank you so much for tuning into the stream. I'll see you all next time.